This meeting is being recorded.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes.
Good morning to you all. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, NGOs. Good morning, colleagues. It's the last day of the International Conference of NGOs, the first of its kind since it's going on online. We will now move on to declaring the members elected to the liaison committee, and I'll give the floor to Catherine Thune from the Commission on Elections. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you all. It's the last report of the Commission on Elections. On behalf of the Commission on Elections, whose members are all present, I am honored to present the final results of the elections to this NGO International Conference 2020, which was held online, and that is unprecedented. As you know, the second ballot for the election to the liaison committee were held yesterday, Wednesday, 17 December 2020, from 2:30 to 6 Paris time, and the objective was to fill 5 seats remaining, taking into account partnership status, and 2 for association status, and 3 for consultation status. I'll summarize the report, and you can refer to the website to see the details, and that will leave more time to discuss the C5. Ladies and gentlemen, following the elections organized during the International Conference of NGOs 2020, which was held online from 16 to 18 December 2020, Mr. David Grosso from the International Council of Music was elected for a 2-year term. Congratulations. Now, the following NGOs were elected to the NGO UNESCO Liaison Committee, also for a 2-year term. You have a PowerPoint and you have the list. The list: Associated Country Women of the World for the consultation status. They are based in the UK. The Latin American Campaign for the Right to Education, CLADE, for a consultation status. They are based in Brazil. The Coordinating Committee for the International Voluntary Service, CCIVS, for an association status, based in Paris. World Committee for Lifelong Learning, CMA, for the consultation status, based in France. The International Council of Organizations for Folklore Festivals and Folk Art, for the association status, based in France. The African Federation of Parents and Students Association, association status, based in Congo. The International Council of Associations for Science Education, FIAPS-ICAS, consultation status, based in Ireland. Sozopol Foundation, consultation status, based in Bulgaria. The International Federation of Business and Professional Women, BPW International, for consultation status, based in Switzerland. And the World Organization of Scout Movement, WAOSM, for association status, based in Malaysia. And we are congratulating all these elected NGOs. So this leads me to the end of the report for the elections. And before concluding, I'd like to recall and also thank the other members of the Elections Committee, Mr. Marie-Claude Allez, ATD Carmon, Diego Gradis, Tradition pour Demain, Mrs. Marie-Christine Griesser, Optimist International, and Mrs. Martin Levy, World Association of Guides and Girl Scouts. So we've worked all together efficiently, and all this would not have been possible without the Secretariat, Mrs. Sabina Colombo, and I'm forgetting other names. All the NGO Secretariat which supported us and provided us with information when we needed clarity about the rules of procedure. I'd like to say that the report of the elections, the final report detailing the results for each ballot, is already prepared. It was prepared at top speed by the Secretariat. We would have liked to post it online before the opening of this session, but we're waiting for two members of the Committee on Elections to approve it. It will be sent soon under the responsibility of the Commission of Elections, which will meet once again to finalize it. And it will be sent to all the partner NGOs in French and English. So I wish you fruitful deliberations for the remaining of the meeting this afternoon, and I thank you for your support. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Catherine Thune, for your work and for the work of the Commission on Elections. Congratulations to the new liaison committee and the new chair. We will have the possibility to discuss at the end of the afternoon these elections. So let us move on to the program of work 2021-2022. A group set up for the recommendations to be conducted. You were informed about this online process. It is different because usually it gives us the opportunity to see each other, to raise one's hand, to discuss, to make proposals for the activities during the next mandate. We've tried as much as possible with a group of NGOs to come up with recommendations. So I am going to give the floor to Gabriel de Milleville. He was one of the persons steering this group, and he will also mention the people who were part of this group. I did not receive the recommendations, so I don't know if you could send them to me. I don't know. Gabriel, did you send the recommendations? I haven't received them. Gabriel, we can't hear you. I haven't received the recommendations. Good morning, Gabriel. I sent them to you and also to Armin. I sent it to Armin. The Secretariat has it. Yes, but I don't have it. Well, I copied you, but you don't have it. I sent it. The interpreter cannot hear Mrs. Millville clearly. You can start, Gabrielle. The recommendations, there is an echo. The interpreter cannot hear properly. There is the rule of procedures, Article 1.4, saying that the conference will send recommendations to the Director General of UNESCO. So we have collected all your proposals in order to compile them, summarize them. So we summarize them with recommendations for the Director General and also for the Liaison Committee and NGOs. Could you see them on the screen? I don't have it. I don't have them. Do you want to share? You have received them in French and English. It was sent by email, and I just sent them again. You don't have them. Can you hear me? We can hear you. You don't have... Now, following its work, the International Conference of NGO meeting on a video conference from December 16 to 18 around the theme envisaging a better and sustainable future, a new paradigm for civil society, adopted the following resolution referring to the constitution of and the mission of UNESCO, defined as follows. As a specialized institution of the United Nations, UNESCO contributes to building peace, eliminating poverty, developing intercultural dialogue through education, science, culture, communication, information, and referring to Agenda 2030 for sustainable development, and particularly SDG 17, to the preliminary proposals of the Director General concerning the draft medium-term strategy 41C4 and the draft program and budget, to the rules of procedure of the ICNGO Article 1.4, enabling them to formulate recommendations to the Director General, reaffirming the essential role that NGOs within the civil society play in developing and implementing UNESCO's program in the 5 fields of conference: education, science, culture, communication, and information, and in support to people and community running the risk to be marginalized, taking full account of the global context, unprecedented from the historic point of view due to climate change, health crisis affecting all populations, particularly the more vulnerable, and the need to act urgently, collectively. And the General Conference of the International Conference of NGOs invites the Director General of UNESCO too, and there are 8 recommendations.
Alors, invite la Direction Générale de l'UNESCO.
Invites the number 1. Recommendation number 1 invites the Director General of the UNESCO to promote health, education, access to literary, artistic, and scientific culture, and access to sport as an integral part of the right to education for all and as resources necessary for human equilibrium. Recommendation 2. Strengthen education from early childhood and throughout life. Envisage the promotion of collaborative pedagogies involving young people and the development of third places complementary to teaching and research institutions, allowing intergenerational exchanges with local education stakeholders. Recommendation number 3 concerns education for mental health. We have received a lot of recommendations on this very important topic. Recommendation 3 emphasizes the importance of education for the mental health and well-being of children and families, taking into account the impact of the health crisis on early childhood. A parenting support program would be necessary in view of the role of families in the fight against the pandemic. Consider a strategic program for youth sport, linking mind and body culture in mental health and public education. Set up support programs for artists in a situation of moral and economic distress due to the current crisis. So you have any questions, please do not hesitate. Recommendation number 4, pursue reflection on this crisis by closely involving the expertise of NGOs for a world of peace based on international solidarity. Act for a fairer world, recognizing the links between climate justice, social justice, and health justice in compliance with international agreements. Recommendation number 5, make science more open and accessible to as many people as possible by promoting a more participatory process both at the level of scientific community and at the level of societies. Promote the initiation of the scientific spirit and reasoned debate from an early age. Recommendation number 6, reduce inequalities by taking into account the point of view of the populations most at risk of marginalization. Leaving no one by the wayside cannot be done without taking into account their expertise and reflections in the development of possible solutions to issues that concern us all, in solidarity, particularly for the protection of the weakest. Acting against the digital divide and for more inclusive innovation, especially for women. Recommendation number 7, promote education for peace and non-violence in school curricula and the fight against all forms of discrimination. Recommendation 8, mobilize joint international action with NGOs to save education in Lebanon. So these are the 8 recommendations meant for the Director General. Do you have any comments on this? I hope you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you, Gabrielle. Thank you. Any hands raised for the moment? For the moment, no hands raised. There is one person, I believe. Martin Levy, you have the floor. Martin. Thank you very much for these 8 recommendations. They're indeed very useful, and I hope that the Director General will take them on board. I would like to come back to recommendation number 7, which says promote education for peace and nonviolence in school curricula. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. When Mr. Samuel Paty was assassinated, I attended the International Days and I observed There was the World Peace Day, World Tolerance Day, all sorts of world days, living together, etc. There are about 12 of them that refer to peace and nonviolence. So I thought that it might be interesting to focus on this point when making recommendations to the DG. You know, one of my grandchildren, when I asked my grandchild, who is now an adult, if she had ever heard about these things in school, and she said, no, never. We were never taught this. So I think it's up to the NGOs to make sure that World Days are not something that, you know, are just a formal event and then we forget about what they mean the rest of the time. So what would you like to add then, says Gabrielle? You want to promote peace education and peace and nonviolence in school curricula. And what would you like to add to that recommendation? Promote, how should we put it? You want to refer to the World Days, don't you? Or the International Days. So what would you like to say in this respect? Maybe just add a line, but I will give you a text later on, okay? Let me think about it, says Martin. I'll give you something in written form later on to add to this recommendation. Okay, thank you. Duly noted, says Gabrielle. So can I please proceed? No, 1 minute, please. 1 minute, Gabrielle. We have some more questions. There is a practical question on the list of recommendations to the full list of NGOs. It has just been sent, I believe. It has just been sent. Okay, thank you to the Secretariat for this answer. So I think all of you should have received these recommendations in your inboxes. Furthermore, I urge the speakers to be concise and please, when you make your comments, refer to the recommendation that has already been read. So let me give the floor to Monique Oasis of the International Alliance for Women. Well, I thought it would be useful to, when talking about education for all, can we talk about, and when we talk about early childhood education, can we talk about autistic children, children with special needs? Because we talk about education, but we don't actually focus on these children that really have special needs and need special care. It would be useful to add something about these children with special needs as well. So I think that it hasn't been focused on enough. I think that this should be mentioned in early childhood education. And what was number 8, by the way? Number 8. Okay, it's mobilize joint international action with NGOs to save education in Lebanon. Right, and there's one more thing. When we received the text from UNESCO, there were some new parameters, and there were some kind of firewalls or something. So we were not able to open some of the documents. So please be careful. Please bear this in mind, because if there is any new application that is being used, maybe we need some kind of training on how to use it before you deploy it. Yes, well, I think that that is also quite important. I think that we have to take on board the digital divide. Thank you, Martine. Could you, Monique, not Martine. I keep saying Martine, says the president. For autistic children, I think it is important to note that we are talking about special needs children. Let's use the generic term, which includes autistic children and other children with special needs as well. Okay, André Giglet from the FMTS wants the floor. In recommendation number 5, I heard about open science. I don't really see it in the recommendation per se, and I think that it would be useful to refer to the draft recommendation of UNESCO itself on open science in that case. I'm not sure how it is worded, but it's better to use the same wording. And we also suggested to the World Federation of Scientific Workers a recommendation on the climate. I don't see any mention of the climate here either. Well, the answer is I said act for a fairer world with justice, with etc., in line with the recommendations, internationally acknowledged recommendations. I had put a sentence on that. Okay, thank you. Recommendation 5, make science, the importance of open science. Well, it is mentioned, make science more open and accessible. Andre is right. We need to refer to the UNESCO draft recommendation on open science. Thank you. Can you be brief, please? And please refer to what recommendation you're making an observation on. Chantal Grévin, New Humanity, you have the floor. Hello. I fully adhere to what is written. I endorse all these recommendations, but could you be more explicit about global citizenship? Because this is going to be part of the work program for the next 2 years. So it would be useful to specify this in our recommendations because it has been specified clearly in UNESCO's policies as well. Global citizenship. Can you use these words, please? Thank you. Okay, and furthermore, we will give each speaker the floor just once because there are a lot of requests. Laurent Grégoire from Lomaïc wants the floor now. Laurent Grégoire. We cannot hear you. Can you speak louder, please? We are the ex-students of Catholic Schools organization. Congratulations for the recommendations, in particular recommendation 8 for education in Lebanon. We are really taking action in that field. I have a proposal, however, for recommendation 7 on education for nonviolence. We are participating in the actions of Génération Non-Violence. That is an African NGO is waiting for its status acknowledgement within UNESCO, sorry. And so I would propose the following. In the sentence on recommendation 7, I would add particularly in post-conflict countries, many countries, Syria and other countries, where after a war or a conflict, it is really important to teach nonviolence to the younger generations. Indeed, it's very useful. It is very useful. I'd like to give the floor to Alexandre Pletzer from URTI. Hello. I don't see any reference to freedom of the press. Journalists working in very dangerous situations and fake news and all that, because our organization is for media and the journalists, and I don't know where you would fit it in, but I don't think there's any mention being made to the media. Maybe you can put it where you talk about the digital divide, but I think it is very important that the NGO conference reaffirms its support to the media. Furthermore, there are no references to the 3 documents that are currently being worked on. The answer is that this doesn't really concern the Director General. It's more for the committee. Okay, fine then, but at least talk about freedom of speech. Yes, freedom of expression, very important. I should have made the recommendation myself, says the speaker, but I didn't send it to you. We will be more active in the future. Thank you. That's all. Okay, says the president. Thank you very much, Urti. I'll now give the floor to Patrick Gallo from Laval. Microphone, please, Patrick. Patrick Gallo, you have the floor. Mr. Gallo, could you please check whether your microphone is connected, because it is activated on Zoom, but we still can't hear you. Okay, while we're waiting, Patrick, I'll give the floor to the next person, OMMS, Nadine Chili. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Nadine. Yes, thank you very much, Marie-Claude. I'm from the OMMS.
On the Scout movement, we invite the new NGO UNESCO liaison committee to involve more young people within their decision-making process. There is a need to encourage dialogue, experience, and knowledge sharing, peer learning, and cooperation among young change makers with UNESCO and its members. And so we think that the UNESCO NGO committee needs to consider the following. First, we recommend Youth Activists Day, consultations involving youth, and UNESCO Youth Forum outputs should be taken into consideration by the NGO UNESCO Liaison Committee, as well as supporting NGOs and member states in training young people to amplify UNESCO's voice and take part in the decision making. And also, we recommend to add the non-formal education structures and programs to the recommendation 8. So it will be not just éducation à la paix et à la violence au programme, à la programmation scolaire, but also non-formal education. Thank you.
Merci Nadine. Merci Nadine. Je pense que on gagne.
Thank you, Nadine. I think that we would save time if you were a little more concise in presenting your points, and if you had just the right formula to suggest. I now give the floor again to Patrick. Apparently, this is a problem relating to your microphone, Mr. Gallo. Okay, in the meantime, I'm going to give the floor to Oleg Yobartov from IAUPL. You have the floor.
Bonjour, chers collègues. Je remercie.
Hello, dear colleagues, and thank you very much for having presented these recommendations. I would like to echo the colleague who was talking about defending the rights and the freedom of expression. And I think that we could open up the formula and talk about basic rights, whatever they are, like the press, rights of the press, of the journalists, academic freedom, scientific and artistic freedom. So this is something to really echo and go in the same direction as what my colleague suggested just before. Thank you very much, Oleg. I now give the floor to Claire McGuy from IFLA. You have the floor, Claire.
I'll be quite brief. Concerning recommendation 2, following the phrase third places, I suggest the inclusion of the phrase and social infrastructure in order to be clear as to what we mean by third places in this context. Thanks. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour votre concision.
Thank you for being so precise. Maria Antonietta from I4, you have the floor. Maria Antonietta, please switch your mic on. Well, it's working now. It's working now. Now we can hear you. Hello, good morning, Marie-Gabrielle, and thank you very much for the work conducted, which is very important and which is a bit difficult on a virtual basis. So my proposal is to add on the point on education to peace and non-violence, this sentence in line with Sustainable Development Goals 4.7 and 16. And let me explain why. Because 4.7 shows the interconnectedness between education for peace, promoting a culture of peace, cultural diversity, human rights. And so I think that this really shows the overall framework in which we have the vision of the UN. And I also wrote this proposal, so you will find it in writing under the Q&A. Yes, very good. That's exactly why we've had this. We've put in this recommendation when we read your comment. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the representative of Houses of Wisdom, Mohamed Amhawi. You have the floor. You need to activate your mic. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. And thank you and congratulations for those who organized this difficult work. Thank you to Gabrielle for the recommendations. I would just like to add something to recommendation 6. So possibly we could say promoting the most disadvantaged, promoting the most underprivileged, helped by local associations, by the organization of virtual workshops for training and inclusion purposes. Okay, very well. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Davide Grosso, our next chairperson. Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I've just sent in a message to the 2 email addresses with a proposal for an additional point that takes into account the cultural aspect, which seems to be fairly absent from the current version. So just to have a look at what I suggested. I could come up with a shorter version if necessary, but I would need a bit more time to make sure that this is formulated just right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Davide. I would like to encourage people who want to include things in this text or who want to correct things in this text to ask for the floor, because we have to be agile and efficient in record time. So rather than sending your comments by email, you can just raise your hand and come up with a clear and concise formulation. Lisbeth Coin for a moment. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much to all of the team who drafted these recommendations. I think this is a remarkable piece of work that you've done. I would like to thank you for taking into account early childhood education. But on the point 5, when we talk about science, when we say promote the initiation of the scientific spirit and reason debate, I think we should add promote a critical mind to fight against the misinformation and prejudices. This would actually echo the freedom of the press, which was mentioned before by one previous speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you for this addition, which indeed is important. I now give the floor to Mariette Erod-Cohen, the chairperson of Women for Water Partnership. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I sent in some mails, but this seems to be far more efficient. So what I would like to add to recommendations is, first of all, the explicit actions and change the language from promote to support. That is one of the things. And then a recommendation on was made. I mean, we thoroughly looked through all the questions and answers, and what was clearly stated that a global strategy and action on integrity, corruption, sextortion, and tax evasion do not seem to be addressed in any of the recommendations. And then what we still feel that although gender or women was used, but gender, women and youth participation is not strong enough in the recommendation, we feel. And then we had a request on clarity where UNESCO can help to generate more funding, financial support. So how do we get the money to the grassroots? The financial issue should be more explicit, I think. And then also the emphasis on education and mediation to get a more meaningful dialogue going. That also came out of the summary question 3. So I think that has to be in the recommendation. The question 1, what came out from most of the answers is, but that is sort of mentioned, that the focus should be on appropriate technologies. So I think technology was highlighted. It was on, which was not highlighted yet, is the concern across the board of the NGOs on different sides of digital communication. So that has to be informed, and open source knowledge exchange. I think the fake news and everything was mentioned, and the basic service, that was not mentioned. Access to basic services and natural resources is underrepresented in the descriptions. So maybe there's a possibility to highlight this access to basic services and to natural resources. And then, sorry about this. I think the only thing we still had was COVID major impact, especially on those that are in the informal economy and low paid jobs that require physical presence. But it has been mentioned already a little bit in the different things. So I think that is all for us. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Je donne la parole à
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Catherine Toon from WFB. Thank you very much for all of these recommendations. A wonderful piece of work. I would just like to add something for recommendation 7, where we say promote education for peace and non-violence in school curricula and the fight against all forms of discrimination. For this, I could send you, or we could say, according to the resolution of the General Conference on education for peace. And so to be integrated into school curricula. I don't have the actual number in mind of the resolution, but I will send you the exact reference. Very good. Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Cillian Wenchefi, but we don't have the name of your NGO. Thank you for telling us which NGO you represent.
I'm sorry if you don't have my name. The NGO is SIL, International. In relation to recommendation 6, I think we need to take into account that inclusion requires recognition of the language which people speak. And so a simple addition to recommendation 6 would be to say at the end of that recommendation, acting against the digital divide, inclusive innovation, especially for women, taking full account of the need for communication in the language of the users. I'm referring to the issue of mother tongue communication and language. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Est-ce que Patrick Gallo
Is Patrick Gallo in a position to talk to us now? I think that Martine Levy asked for the floor again. Please be brief. Thank you. Yes, I had suggested writing something to add to recommendation 7, and I would say introduce the adequate international days into school curricula and ask schools or incentivize schools to celebrate them. That's what I would like to suggest. Thank you. Thank you. Victoria Lovelock from CCIVS.
On recommendation 2, for invites the Directorate General of UNESCO to, we'd like to add in some extra words at the end. So allowing intergenerational exchanges with local formal, non-formal and informal education stakeholders.
D'accord, merci beaucoup.
Very good. Now, we've also had some requests for formal and non-formal, so formal, informal, and non-formal. All right, are we within the allotted time? Yes? I see messages here on the chat, so maybe we could forward them to you afterwards. Okay, so I think we can continue. Thank you, Gabrielle. You can continue. All right. So then we have recommendations, less numerous. There are 6 of them still, for the Liaison Committee. Recommendation 1, strengthen the partnership between UNESCO, NGOs, and member states. Foster collaboration with UNESCO sectors, field offices, national commissions, and UNESCO centers. Recommendation 2 reads, ensure its cohesion and proper functioning by monitoring the implementation of the 3 documents, Guide of the Forums, Operating Rules, and Code of Conduct of the Liaison Committee adopted by the ICNGO 2020, with the possibility of adjustments in connection with the Working Group on Partnership, and if necessary, submission to the next ICNG for approval. Propose an analysis of the implementation of the 2011 directives at the end of the 10 years of their publication. Recommendation 3, promote communication between NGOs and their visibility vis-à-vis UNESCO. Improve the rapid dissemination of the minutes of the LC meetings on the Liaison Committee's website, and if necessary, issue alerts via the NGO's web messaging systems. Strengthen collaboration with NGOs in the regions. Provide for the ICNG 2022 online platform for the elections, as we did now, a tool that has proved to be efficient, rapid, and guaranteeing the integrity of the votes. Recommendation 4, mobilize NGOs, drawing on the creative force of young people to respond collectively and in conjunction with UNESCO to humanitarian emergencies, pandemics, natural and other disasters. Recommendation 5, continue projects initiated under the previous mandate. Sorry, Gabriel, you have to speak a bit more slowly for everyone to follow you. So recommendation 5 and 6, recommendations 5 and 6 have to do with the program for 2021 and 2022. So first of all, we have to continue projects initiated under the previous mandate. That's recommendation 5. So we have the Forum on Global Citizenship, an opportunity to promote intergenerational and co-responsible solidarity in the face of contemporary and future challenges. Then the Forum on Science, Technology, Innovation and Entrepreneurship to fight poverty and support SDGs. An opportunity to promote access of girls and women to scientific and technical training and professional equality between men and women. The creation of a platform dedicated to human migration, decided in the framework of the follow-up to the Tunis Forum in 2018, an action which could be based on the celebration of the International Day of Migrants on the 18th of December or that of refugees on the 20th of June.
Recommendation number 6, support in conjunction with the UNESCO sectors the implementation of the planned international days. The International Day of Peace and the planned Choir Festival, the International Girls' Day, and other initiatives in the framework of the 75th anniversary of the creation of UNESCO, allowing for the mobilization of young people and valorizing the actions of NGOs since its creation. So these are the 6 recommendations which are directed not to the Director General but to the Liaison Committee. Catherine Thune, let me remind you that you have to slow down for the interpreters. Don't speak too fast. Good morning once again. I have some comments because I was able to print the recommendations beforehand. On recommendation number 2, well, I'm not sure we can monitor the implementation of the 3 documents, ensure its cohesion and proper functioning. Maybe we should change the wording. So maybe monitoring the 3 documents, not the implementation. We can't monitor the implementation. And with the possibility of adjustments in connection with the working group. I'm not aware of everything, but the working group will depend on the new committee. The new committee will decide if the working group will carry on its work on these issues. I think so. Well, when we speak about strengthening partnership with UNESCO, that is recommendation 1. It started during the previous mandate. So I think we need to have a working group of NGOs working with it on the liaison committee. Maybe possibilities of adjustments in connection with the new committee. Maybe with the new committee, because the new committee will decide to maintain or not a working group. I just wanted to change the wording so that we're not imposing anything to the committee. Well, these are recommendations. These are only recommendations which are directed to the liaison committee. And it is true that we have several recommendations with the NGOs which would like to continue. And for the implementation of the 2011 directives, there is a proposal. I work on the General Conference, and if I understood things clearly, the 2011 directive needs to be reviewed and submitted to the General Conference. If I remember, I think that there was already an assessment in 2005. See, if we're proposing an analysis of the implementation, maybe taking stock will be a better wording. I think we should give more leeway to the new committee to decide whether they will continue or not. We should not impose things to the new committee because it's a lot of work leading up to the General Conference, and there are questions which will be asked about the visibility of NGOs at UNESCO. Maybe we can say the possible analysis, because it's the new president who can decide and not follow to the letter the recommendations of the previous committee. And also recommendation number 5. Recommendation number 5 is along the same lines. Well, I don't, maybe not saying continue projects initiated, because there we will be imposing to the new committee things which were started and which were not completed by the previous committee. So instead of saying continue projects initiated, we can say consider, take into account, and consider continuing. So the new president can say, well, we can continue these activities, or maybe we will continue only some of the activities. And depending on what will happen during the 2 years, they might change their minds and postpone some of the activities. It's just in the wording. We should word things in such a manner that we are not imposing. We can say, taking into account and possibly considering continuing projects initiated under the previous mandate. It seemed important for NGOs that, well, a new liaison committee committed itself to continue what was started under the previous mandate. For instance, on global citizenship, that involved a lot of work over the past years. Thank you, thank you. It's the way it is worded. We can say taking into account and possibly consider the continuation of projects initiated, because it will depend on what happens during their mandate. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you. I'm taking note of what you're saying. Catherine, thank you. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Well, I have my mandate, my term running for a couple of hours. I can say that we discussed this. Now, there's a lot of work involved for the Forum on Global Citizenship and the Forum on Science and Technology. Without forcing anybody, maybe they should take into account what was started, but we should go further. And for partnership, I'll give the floor to Diego. Thank you, Marie-Claude. On the forum, in the guide on forums, maybe I could show the video. Is it possible? No? Could I switch on my camera? Yes. Okay. On the forums guide, we said that there is some continuity from one liaison committee to the next to continue what was initiated. And for the partnership question, documents were approved, and following the vote, there was a proposal to make adjustments. Now, just a parenthesis, these are recommendations made by the ICNGO, a sovereign body which can make recommendations to the liaison committee. And the liaison committee's mission is to implement the recommendations of the International Conference of NGOs. Now, as far as the approved documents are concerned, what we can say is maybe say to see to the implementation, because we approved it, and 2 days ago we discussed the possibility of making adjustments depending on the difficulties encountered in the implementation. We can say maybe monitoring, ensuring a monitoring of the implementation of these three documents. Now, for the working groups, the working group is still working on different items. And once again, it's a recommendation. And as the 2018 recommendation led to setting up this working group, following a recommendation made by the International Conference. So if there is a request for the working group to continue its work because it needs to go further, take its work further, well, they will benefit from this recommendation. And if we have the feeling that the mandate of the working group is completed, then it won't be necessary to continue with it. Now, about the directives, I don't understand what Catherine is saying. We are suggesting an analysis of the implementation of the directives. It's a kind of internal recommendation. If you have a document such as directives, after 10 years, you can take stock of what happens. This was a very innovative directive, more particularly on regionalization, on forums. So after 10 years, it is time to look at it and to see what happened in practice, what was the implementation and what was achieved following the implementation of these directives. It doesn't mean that we are going to intervene at the level of the General Conference. It's just an internal assessment. A first assessment was done in 2015, and there were interesting conclusions. So we're thinking about picking up this work again to look at the different elements constituting our relations with NGOs. It is not something intended for the General Conference. It's just among ourselves as NGOs to look at an analysis of the implementation of the directives. I give the floor to Christine Roche. Christine, sorry, not too fast. I am part of the group which drafted the recommendations, and of course we compiled everything that was sent to us, and I'd like to pick up on what Diogo said. The ICNGO is a sovereign body which will vote on the roadmap for the liaison committee and the president of the liaison committee. So I think that we're not going beyond the responsibility of the ICNGO to discuss these recommendations, because these recommendations for the liaison committee will be the road map, just as it was the case before. Yes, I also wanted to say with this on this issue that I did not draft the recommendations on my own. There was Christine Roche, there was also Chantal Pejean, who actually did the groundwork for the document, and you can recognize her mark on this document. Thank you. François Le Giacomo, you have the floor. Martine Lévy. François? Can you hear me? So I just want to underline what was said. I took part in preparing the forum for the Day of Peace, and our role is to recommend a continuation, because there would be no continuity if each committee starts new activities every time its mandate starts. So I think that there should be continuity, and there should be a support to the implementation of the International Day. Now, for the International Day for Peace, there was a document being prepared on the previous International Day, the role of NGOs. Thank you. So, Martine Levy? Thank you. I think that the work that was initiated should be continued. There is something which is important. We need to split the liaison committee's work and international NGOs' work, which can actually propose international days under the aegis of the liaison committee. But NGOs can come up and say, we would like to organize an international day. This was the case for the International Girls' Day. 2 international NGOs made the proposal, and the liaison committee of the time approved. But for the forum, it's the role of the liaison committee. It's laid out in the 2011 directives. Now, a few years ago, in one of the recommendations, I can't remember which international conference it was, well, it was said that the liaison committee was not, did not have the manpower to monitor forums, and that NGOs could say, well, we will take responsibility under the responsibility of the liaison committee to monitor such or such forum. And I'd like to thank the Committee on Recommendations to have mentioned the Tunis forum, because as far as migrants are concerned, for instance, there's a lot of work to do. It's 2 NGOs which decided to monitor this Tunis forum under the responsibility, under the aegis of the liaison committee, and to organize in December the International Day of Migrants. It was proposed upon the initiative of NGOs under the aegis of the liaison committee. 2 NGOs cannot decide on their own to organize such or such forum, but they can propose, and the liaison committee can give its blessing. Thank you, Martine. Christian Breuil, the comité des apprentissages. Christian, you're unmuted. Christian, you're muted.
Bon, je donne la parole à Chantal Grévin.
Okay, I'll just give the floor to Chantal Grévin, New Humanity. Hello, can you hear me? I just wanted to suggest something. A change in the order of the recommendations, actually. Because I believe that what is suggested in the directives is the obligation to organize a forum, and I think that should go right on the top. And then the general recommendation, the first one, that is fine. Then we should talk about the international days, and then the working group. So that is something different, because it's not really mandatory for the liaison committee. It's just a question of groups that have decided to work on such and such a theme and make a proposal to the NGO. So it is a more loose structure, and the liaison committee doesn't necessarily have the same level of commitment and engagement at these different levels. So maybe we should prioritize these recommendations accordingly. Well, what we observed in these recommendations, that we should really strengthen ties between the liaison committee and UNESCO, which is why we talk about strengthening partnership right on the top, strengthen the partnership between UNESCO, NGOs and member states, etc. I mean, there was a logic to the sequence of recommendations. And then we move on to the program for 2020-2021, which was put as a recommendation. But I wonder if we should just take it out and put it aside as sort of a standalone paragraph. And then we talk about communication. But well, I'm open to suggestions. Has Christian joined us again? Christian, are you back? Well, there's Christian Breuil. Monique Boisis would like to take the floor as well. Okay, well, Christian doesn't seem to want the floor. Shall we give the floor to Catherine Thun? Thun wants the floor again. Miss Thun. Well, I just wanted to come back on the fact that I do understand that these are indeed recommendations, but I thought that maybe the title could be a little more flexible, so have more leeway, more room for maneuver. Thank you. Mohamed Amraoui from Maison de Sagesse wants to take the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I believe that we're all here today to work towards more progress and more continuity in the decisions and actions taken. As a consequence, I believe that we should be able to have a follow-up of the 3 documents adopted by the ICNGO 2020, and also maybe make it possible to fine-tune it later on in line with the outcome of the working groups and their deliberations. So I believe that this is the right way of proceeding. Okay, thank you very much, Mohamed. Monique Boisis has the floor. Monique, over to you. Just a small comment, says Monique. We have accepted the follow-up to the Tunis Forum. And we're also currently at the 3rd edition of the Yamoussoukro Forum, so maybe we should refer to this group as well, who does remarkable work with funds coming from the Participative Committee of UNESCO. So we're talking about Tunis, but maybe we should also talk about what we're doing in the field of girls and women to send them to learn something about water. And it also enables these young girls to get a diploma and be able to pass on their knowledge. Well, says Gabrielle, it's at the initiative of one NGO. No, I beg to differ. It is a follow-up just like what we're saying about the Tunis Forum. That is to say, there is a project. The project is implemented and accepted by the liaison committee. That was the case because it was a question of follow-up. So if you're going to do a follow-up of the Tunis Forum, then we can also do a follow-up of the Yamoussoukro Forum, because this is going to be the 3rd edition of the forum. In 2021, it will be the 3rd edition of the forum. It was postponed. It should have been held in 2020, but it's going to be postponed to 2021, 2022, which is to say during the next mandate. So maybe we could fit it in somewhere just to make sure that we send the message across that this forum is doing well. Okay, thank you, Monique. As you have noted in the activity report, the hydrologists are very much present with the training of women, and also when we talk about follow-up, there is no need for specific mentions, but you're right. If we've mentioned follow-up of one forum, we should mention the follow-up of another forum as well. And this theme is very important. There are recommendations on women, right to water, right to education. So I do believe that it will indeed be possible to add this reflection somewhere, because we're facing a climate crisis after all. So thank you very much. Can I just add something to that? We have someone from Congo in the liaison committee now, and we will get in touch with him, because we have people from Congo who are really struggling, first of all, to achieve peace, and that's easier said than done. And they were in this forum. And when they came back, they started 35 different training sessions immediately after the forum. So you see how useful it has been. Okay, thank you very much, Monique. Duly noted. Thank you. Alain Rui de la Yupi would you like to take the floor? I just wanted to say that this recommendation does make sense. And at the end of this mandate, we need to make sure that our recommendations represent a roadmap. That's when the NGOs are sovereign in a way. Otherwise, we're always saying that things are imposed. It's not a question of imposing anything. It's a collective endeavor. It is a reflection of the collective will of the majority of NGOs. So it makes sense for the International Conference of NGOs to make these recommendations for the next liaison committee. I don't see why we shouldn't do this. I mean, we are not talking about the French Republic here, where once the French president is elected, he can do just about whatever he pleases. Well, that was just a parenthesis on French politics, sorry. Yes, indeed, the directive says that the liaison committee has to adopt resolutions adopted by the conference along with the Director General. It needs to prepare the next conference via the rules of procedure. So, well, we have to mention this follow-up to the forum, indeed. I see no other requests. Okay, Lisbeth, and then André. Lisbeth, go ahead. Please be brief and slow. I just wanted to make an observation on the word follow-up, suivi in French. It's always a problem. After coming back from Yamoussoukro, when we talked about a follow-up, we were told that is not possible. There can't be a follow-up of a forum. So we took note of that, and we set up a group, a parallel group, and the group worked very well. And we now have the results before us, and we're very proud of the results. There was a follow-up to the Tunis forum, and I was part of the platform that was built, but unfortunately nothing came out of it. And I'm very grateful to Chantal Griez for having put it back on the agenda. And the third follow-up was pertaining to documents. that is also a problem when we talk about follow-up. So if we don't have any kind of continuity in our actions, what are we going to do? Are we just going to forget, just, go from one thing to the other? We need to respect the work that was conducted for 30 NGOs for over 2 years, and they looked at all the documents, and I don't see why people are hesitating so much about this text, because it's a text that that serves to help the functioning. It helps it because it provides a framework. I don't see why people just don't want to talk about follow-up. It always poses a problem. Okay, thank you, Lisbeth. André now. Oh, yes, I want to talk about the same thing. Well, a follow-up is just a follow-up to the Water Forum, that is to move from theory to practice, to walk the talk. That is the intention of a follow-up, and it's part of a collective cooperation. And as far as the Water Forum is concerned, we have also asked the IHP, the International Hydrological Program, for support, and we will continue to do so. And in whatever form, the committee is going to continue to help the NGOs who have taken on the responsibilities following the Forum on Water. And the committee needs to have a say in the matter, intervene to help us, particularly when it comes to financial support. So it has to be in the recommendation. And there are about 8 or 9 NGOs that are part of this follow-up. And there is a question of replacing the word suivi with suite in French, sorry. Yes, the participation programs are indeed important, and it is important to mention it so that the Director General can see it, because UNESCO is indeed one of the partners. Okay, thank you. I don't think there are any further questions. Are there? Well, yes. There are questions. Alexander from Urti wants to say something. Right. Indeed, I think continuity is a reflection of respect that we have for the work that has been done. But another way of respecting is to let the new committee and the new president move forward on other priorities as well. As we saw in 2020, there were health-related priorities that don't seem to be reflected here. As I said, it's all a question of wording. Sometimes the wording can leave the possibility for more or less continuity. And some forums were not, it was impossible to conduct certain forums online. So I think we're not out of the woods yet when it comes to the current problems, with climate change and pandemics, etc. And maybe we can add that for online forums can also be eligible, something like that. Yes. With the proposal that was made to have online elections, why not online forums? Christine Roche, over to you. And then Martine Levy. Christine Roche from CCIC. Okay, can you hear me? Yes, thank you. I would like to subscribe to what Lisbeth and André said and come back to these working groups that are set up to provide an answer to different points that were brought up in the recommendations. So it's not something secondary. The working group on partnerships and partners was made up on the request of the International Conference of 2018. Thank you. Martin Levy, you have the floor. Martin, could you turn on your microphone, please? Thank you. Okay. Thank you for all the comments, all the proposals. I would like to ask Gabrielle to draft something now with all the notes that you have taken, Gabrielle, so that before the end of the conference you can read recommendations, including all the remarks that have been made. If you can redraft all of them by factoring in everything that has been mentioned before we can vote on them. Is that possible? Well, we have the approval of the recommendations at 3:15. It's the plan for 3:15, so Gabrielle will make sure that she gives us the recommendations by 3:15. Okay, Gabrielle says she will try to do so. Well, thank you very much to this group. Thank you. It's not over. I'm sorry, it's not over. There's still a paragraph that I need to write. Call on UNESCO's NGO partners, and there are 4 recommendations for them, to Recommendation 1, support and facilitate the work of the Liaison Committee by bringing their various skills and networks to bear. Recommendation 2, support the advocacy of the Liaison Committee through the ICNGO 2030 coordination. Recommendation 3, encourage the involvement of young people in the various events organized in connection with the LC and make the voices of those most at risk of marginalization heard. Recommendation 4, develop exchanges between NGOs via the dedicated platform on the LC website. That's it for now. Thank you, Gabrielle. There's one question, Victoria. Victoria, we can't hear you because I believe you have an older version of Zoom. Oh, okay, we can hear you actually. We can. No, that wasn't Victoria, that was Gabrielle. Okay, Victoria, why don't you send us your proposal in writing, please, in that case. Send it to us in writing.
Merci. Est-ce qu'on peut clore? Alors, un grand merci.
Can we now close this point? Well, thank you very much to all of you, Gabrielle, Christine, Chantal, Teresa, Kennedy, who didn't intervene here, but who was part of the group as well. Thank you very much. So we count on you to produce within, say, half an hour. Half an hour. You have a long time to prepare the final version. All right. Thank you very much in advance. It is 2:45 or 2:40. So now we're getting ready for the next session on C4C5. So we're now going to start with our session on the contribution of the International Conference to the preparation of the medium-term strategy and to the budget, program and budget. So, in compliance with the directives concerning the partnership of UNESCO with NGOs, the ICNGO is invited to give a collective answer to the Director General on its preliminary proposals concerning the medium-term draft strategy for 2022-2029, 41C4, and the draft program and budget for 2022-2025, 41C5. Mr. Lesault, BSP Director, expressed his satisfaction as to the high number of NGOs who individually answered on the consultation. A collective consultation process for the NGOs was launched on a platform, but for a number of technical reasons and for lockdown reasons due to the pandemic, we had some problems, we experienced some problems, and we were a bit late. A second call for submissions was then launched to the NGOs on November 30th with a simplified questionnaire asking them to respond by December the 8th. There were 3 questions put on the 41C4 on the strategic objectives, the proposals relating to partnerships, and global priorities. And let me read these 3 questions. First of all, the strategic objective. The question was, in the context of the world crisis, which is a health, social, economic, and cultural, and also humanitarian crisis, where civil society and in particular NGOs are at the forefront of the struggle, the strategic objectives mentioned in the document 210/22 does this document really translate the priorities in the field? Second question concerning the proposals relating to partnerships. Promoting an environment favorable to the efficient implementation of UNESCO's priorities, facilitating effects, reinforcing partnerships, communication, and advocacy activities. And the question was as follows. Do you want to make a contribution on proposals relating to partnerships? Third question had to do with the overall priorities of UNESCO, 210EX/22, Roman 4. A renewed commitment and action in favor of global priorities and priority groups. And the question was as follows. Do you have any comments on UNESCO's vision for global priorities as developed in this document? Then there were 2 further questions. One relating to the 41C5, which is the framework for financial management for 2022-2025. And the question was, do you have any comments or other proposals relating to 41C5? And the 5th question was asking you to freely share anything that you might want to share on the 41C4 and C5 if you wanted to. So thank you to all of the NGOs who participated. There were actually 24 who responded. We had the Simon Wiesenthal Center, UATI, the Institute Africa, World in Africa, World African Union, the International Forum for Women of the Mediterranean, the Russian Peace Foundation, the European Federation of Schools, ATD Carmonde, New Humanity, UNLEP, CCIC, the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, World Organization of the Scout Movement, the International Women's Alliance, the Vernadsky Non-Governmental Ecological Foundation, the West India Committee, the AMG, the International Pharmaceutical Students Federation, Pax Christi International, Mothers Matter, International Music Council, and International Federation of Business and Professional Women. So we would like to thank all of these NGOs individually for responding in so short a time. I will now give the floor to Andrew Sheshev, who's going to present to you the various conclusions of this collective consultation process. André, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Je vais vous présenter ce document en anglais.
I will present the document in English.
I will not gonna speed up. International Conference NGO 2020, conclusions on the collective consultation of the NGO on the questionnaire regarding preliminary proposals of the Director General on the draft midterm strategy for the period of 2022 through 2029, which is in document 41C4, and the draft program and budget for the period of 2022 through 2025, the document 41C5. We're currently experiencing an unprecedented global crisis where civil society plays a leading role in responding to the pandemic. In this unique context, UNESCO partner NGOs were asked to reply to the questionnaire on Director General's preliminary proposals concerning the draft midterm strategy for the period of 2022 through 2029, as in the document of 41C4, as well as concerning the draft program and budget for the period of 2022 through 2029, C5. This contribution relates to the versatile strategic objective strengthening of the NGO-UNESCO partnership, overall priorities and recommendations on the draft program and budget, as in the document 41C5. Cross-cutting strategic objectives. Overall, NGOs believe that the four strategic objectives presented cover the world's most critical humanitarian problems and determine the means to solve them. However, the health crisis also highlighted new sensitive issues that could become additional strategic objectives, such as health issues related to the pandemic. There is also talk of the need to create sub-objectives. Some NGOs point out that the use of the term metaphysical to name the strategic objectives suggests a feeling of separation from the field, while recognizing that terms such as the Sustainable Society for the Protection of the Environment, cultural diversity, and reduction of inequalities are integrated into daily life. NGOs stress the importance of education today and in the mid-term as a powerful tool and the basis for any action to address crisis and ensure better living conditions. Education for all is an urgent issue to tackle growing inequalities, and quality education is a prerequisite for a more just world. Education for that implies reducing the digital divide revealed by the crisis and considering the risk of non-return to school, especially for girls. Digital is both an opportunity and a threat. There is a risk that new technologies will perpetuate discrimination and increase violence. There is, sorry about that. There was some intervening in my screen. There is a risk that new technologies will perpetuate discrimination and increase violence. There is also concern about how to avoid misinformation and false information. This aspect is underrepresented in the current description of the strategy. More than ever, education needs to be rethought in terms of human rights, especially for the most vulnerable, people with disabilities, indigenous peoples, and disadvantaged children. Quality education requires training adapted to the world of education and also to families who must together take up the challenge of distance learning. UNESCO should promote digital literacy opportunities, mobile libraries and internet laboratories, access to computers and smartphones, especially for women and girls, and universal access to the internet. The concept of global citizenship remains a priority and needs to be deepened. It is also an asset in the fight against global warming. UNESCO must consider the impact of climate change on culture and the importance of its role in tackling global warming. NGOs specify that the strategic objectives can only be achieved with the active participation of the target beneficiaries, particularly young people, who must bring about the change for a peaceful world. Strengthening the partnership between NGOs and UNESCO. All NGOs that participated in the survey agreed that strengthening the partnership between NGOs and UNESCO is a prerequisite and should not be neglected in the organization's midterm strategy, especially in this global crisis. Our response to the pandemic remains ineffective if we dismiss the expertise of NGOs that work closest to people. UNESCO and the NGOs should join their efforts and act together. The role of NGOs in the implementation of UNESCO's programs is essential, especially in establishing close links with national commissions and creating a relationship of equality between North and South. To achieve this, UNESCO could share more of its policies or directives through its website. It would also benefit the achievement of the global shared by NGOs and UNESCO to consider the growing role of youth internet communities and social networks as an active part of civil society. The strengthening of the NGO-UNESCO partnership contributes to both the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 17, all over SDGs, which is provided increasingly binding with the pandemic's impact on their implementation. Through grassroots action in line with UNESCO's priorities, partner NGOs are key liaison and actors in reconstructing the worlds to come. NGOs stand up to the challenge and use the partnership guidelines to help UNESCO develop its programs and make a constructive contribution to UNESCO's work, especially in this critical period. UNESCO's global priorities. NGOs thank the Director General for the clarity of UNESCO's overall priorities set out in document 210X/22. They bring to her consideration the need for a methodology to implement these priorities and guidelines that would better incorporate the realities on the ground of people's needs. UNESCO's priorities could allow for a horizontal and better defined collaboration with NGOs, as well as for a more profound exchange of knowledge. NGOs urge to include the UNESCO agenda of the issues they consider urgent and essential. The freedom of expression, education for all, accessibility to science and technology, climate change, a better synergy between UNESCO and NGOs are among the most frequently mentioned issues. Furthermore, renewing the decisive role of education as a central and cross-cutting priority, NGOs stress the importance of intercultural dialogue and value and diversity to achieve more peaceful and sustainable societies. It should also be noted that most NGOs believe that UNESCO should be further supported in involving young people and women in action. Lastly, the NGOs thank the Director General for considering the fight against inequality. To go further, they highlight the importance of combating corruption and tax evasion, which are cross-cutting issues across all global priorities. In order to best implement UNESCO priorities, NGOs are questioning the relevance of a joint NGO-UNESCO strategy in connection with other international organizations, African Union, ICNGO, OAS, CARICOM, AOSIS, as well as UN Women Youth Organization, World Health Organization, etc. Draft Program and Budget, document 41C/5. NGOs have addressed the draft program and the budget 41C5 and expressed their intention to view UNESCO as a transparent organization requiring full accountability of its offices from its headquarters and national commissions. A few critical issues are highlighted, including UNESCO vigilance in ensuring that the poorest are not left behind, and that the principle of the return of financial aid would make it possible to denounce bad practices, penalizing the beneficiaries of many programs. NGOs underscore their role in supporting and investing in the implementation of UNESCO programs. They suggest highlighting NGOs' in-kind contributions, volunteering, non-formal education, personal care, administrative costs, etc. In the document 41/5, however, NGOs warn UNESCO about the decrease in their financial resources due to consequences of the crisis. This raises grave concerns about difficulties in maintaining their population aid programs and thus their contributions to the realization of the 2030 agenda. In an unprecedented crisis of confidence, UNESCO's sound financial management ensures its credibility and respect for its missions. In this context, NGOs welcome the introduction of a long-term financial management strategy. In conclusion, all the NGOs consulted consider that the Director General's initiatives to intensify the dialogue between UNESCO and partner NGOs and their participation in the organization's work processes are crucial and timely in the context of the current crisis. NGOs assure the Director General of their support and active participation in the actions carried out by the Member States, as shown by NGOs' recent work on strengthening the NGO-UNESCO partnership. NGOs thank the Director General for her proposals and stand with the Secretariat to strengthen UNESCO's impact on the strategic objectives and global priorities in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Andrew, d'être allé jusqu'au bout.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for having read all the way to the end. Thank you to... Please stay with us, Andrew. Thank you very much to the group who worked on these conclusions. And thank you to the various NGOs, Diego, Andrew, Marie-Christine Gries, and BPW International, Marivon Kezerivov, and Make Mothers Matter. Thank you very much to all of you who participated. So we're now going to take the questions, starting with the beginning. Normally on your screen, you should be able to see... Well, let's start with the beginning. I have a question on the first paragraph to start with, from Claire Maca from IFLA.
Hello, thank you. I'm not sure if it's on the first paragraph because the document isn't in front of me, but it's on 41C4. I wanted to ask, could the committee consider expanding the line regarding mobile...
Can you please speak a bit more slowly, please? Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Could the committee consider expanding the line regarding mobile libraries to read libraries including mobile libraries rather than just mobile libraries, as brick and mortar libraries in communities offer much in the way of digital literacy and access to the internet? So that is libraries, including mobile libraries. Thank you.
Vous avez le paragraphe?
Which paragraph?
The document in front of me, so I can't see which paragraph. It went too quickly to write it down, but it was on either the first or second page regarding document 41C4, where that digital literacy opportunities, mobile libraries, and universal access to the internet were mentioned.
Thank you, Claire. We're going to share the screen again. Quel paragraphe? C'est à la fin? Ah oui, c'est vrai. F7.
Yes, it's there. And I apologize if I'm skipping ahead. I wasn't sure where we were going to start, but my recommendation or my request would be to consider rewording that as libraries, including mobile libraries, to include traditional libraries as well.
Thank you very much, Claire.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we can proceed, starting from the beginning. André Jéglet, merci.
André Jéglet, please. André Jéglet, you have the floor. I don't have the text. I can see it displayed, but among the priorities, maybe we should actually recommend the implementation of UNESCO's recommendation on open science. I think I'm insisting, but maybe for the medium-term strategy, it should be included. I think that we need to proceed paragraph per paragraph because you can't actually see the text. Well, I can see the screen. I'm sorry, I can see the screen. Yes, maybe we should proceed paragraph per paragraph. Do you have comments on the first paragraph? Should I read this paragraph? Are there comments, requests for changes on the second paragraph, the cross-cutting strategic objectives? Nothing? On education? The notion of global citizenship. Strengthening the partnership between NGOs and UNESCO. UNESCO's global priorities. Sylvia, I think, had comments. Monique? The thing is, my microphone was not on. Somebody spoke about library, and as I mentioned before, there should have been something about training training on these techniques. Could you maybe find this paragraph again about the libraries? I'm sorry. Yes, well, Monique, it is on the screen. Maybe a little bit earlier than that, before. No, it's further up. You've gone too further up. There is some mention of promoting digital literacy opportunities, and maybe we should say something about training on digital skills. Somebody who is taking part in digital literacy, if the person does not have the training for that, it won't be possible, because if you say maybe pedagogy based on learning, training, it shouldn't be distance, not only distance learning, I think. In this sentence, you say who must together take up the challenge of distance learning. So maybe instead of just learning, we should say learning and training, because if we want to promote digital literacy opportunities, there should be some training before. If you leave somebody alone in front of an application, the person will spend hours without knowing what to do about it. But really, it is at the top. And these are the conclusions following the responses to the questionnaire. So if we added it, because it's quality education. Quality education requires training. Yeah, but this is general training. I thought that something more specific to literacy would be appropriate. Otherwise, I agree with the wording, and I'd like to congratulate those who took care of it. Martin Levy. Monique, could you please switch off your microphone, please? Martine Levy. I don't know how to go about wording it, but there was a proposal to set up a youth structure within UNESCO. And I think that it would be interesting to monitor this proposal so that youth NGOs, other youth NGOs can maybe support and be involved in this youth group within UNESCO. I don't know how this can be worded, but it was an interesting proposal made by states. Well, why don't you think about a wording? And where do I send it? You send it to the liaison committee? Question and answer? Yes, question and answer, yes. Or liaison committee, question and answers? Yes, okay, I'll do that. Thank you. No further questions? Could I ask my colleagues if they have questions? I think Celia wanted to change something about global priorities, but I don't know what she would like to mention in replacement? If you do not have comments, questions, we will maybe close the discussions here. Monique, your microphone is still unmuted. Andrew, did you want the floor? Did you want to say something?
Just great with me. Okay, thank you.
Alors écoutez, je remercie tout le monde. Je remercie.
So I'd like to thank everybody who contributed to compiling, summarizing all this report. Thank you very much to the NGOs, the members of the Liaison Committee. Thank you very much to all of you. Gabrielle, are you ready for the recommendations? Jean-Yves, good afternoon. We can barely see you. Mr. Lusso, are you hiding? Have you listened to the collective consultation of NGOs? Well, I was not able to take part yesterday. We run into emergencies about the C5, but I heard a summary about your discussions. Normally, we should have the recommendations of the International Conference of NGOs. If Gabrielle is available. Gabrielle, you have the floor. You have to accept to take the floor and unmute your microphone. Gabrielle, we can't hear you. So here I am. Let me take just a few seconds. I have just finished my work. You didn't give me much time, so it was a little bit complicated. So I'm trying to move as fast as possible. Maybe you could ask questions to Mr. Jean-Yves Le Sceau while I'm getting ready. Jean-Yves, are you going to share the presentation that you made? the C4, C5. Well, as I said, the presentation could be freely accessed. There is no problem with rights or access. Thank you very much, Jean-Yves. I'm sorry, unfortunately, I've had a lot of work lately and I wasn't able to go to the platform for that. Thank you very much, Gabrielle. Gabrielle, Make Mothers Matter, who accepted to compile the recommendations, and she did it overnight with my two colleagues. Could you share your screen? Yes, but I just sent to you the do I need authorization to share my screen? Well, it is working, but all the different versions are open on your screen. Well, I think that I need to congratulate you for the ICNGO, the virtual ICNGO. It's a little bit complicated, but I think things run quite well. Now, there were different modifications. That of Mr. Grosso is not included because I haven't seen it yet, but I have 26 messages which arrived in the meantime, so maybe it's included. So the International Conference of NGOs in red take into account the essential role of informal, non-formal education at this time of crisis, and to set up training in ITCs. And I added also social infrastructure. It's too fast. It's too fast. Sorry. Because you also have interpretation. So if you could slow down, the interpreters do not have the text in front of them. So recommendation number 1, I added taking into account the essential role of informal and non-formal education, especially at this time of crisis, and to ensure the establishment of inclusive training in ICTs. And then you also have development of third places and social infrastructure. Recommendation number 4. In accordance with UNESCO's recommendation on open science. I have to find the exact wording, and I added to develop a critical mind to fight against fake news. Then, number 6, leaving no one behind, without taking into account the most marginalized in developing possible solutions to the questions which concerns us, all of us, more particularly for the protection of the weakest, and taking into account the recognition of the language of the users, and to promote actions in their favor conducted by local associations for a better training and inclusion. Recommendation number 8, promoting global citizenship, guaranteeing freedom of the press while fighting against disinformation, academic, scientific, artistic freedom, and to promote access to natural resources and to basic services. And this is not in red, unfortunately.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y avait à changer?
Well, here I've written particularly forums that can now henceforth be held virtually. And then the hydrology project, the follow-up of the Yamoussoukro Forum. What about mobile libraries? So recommended to strength ensure cohesion and good functioning by monitoring and implementation of the 3 documents and work in conjunction with the working group and the partner, etc. For Yamoussoukro, we can talk about the hydrology forum following Yamoussoukro. Chantal Crevin wants the floor. I just wanted to make sure that in the recommendations to the DG that we have indeed mentioned in connection with early childhood education and for children with specific needs, that needs to be underscored. I can't really see anything. Sorry, I worked so fast that I wasn't able to. So in particular with special needs children, yes. Georges Dupont also wants to say something. He wants to convey a message saying that it should be addressed to the Director General and not to the Directorate General. And communication information have been completely omitted. There's a lot about digital divide and access to digital technology for everybody, for training, freedom of the press. All this is part of communication and information anyway. Please, can you read the paragraph on communication? Well, it's all over the place, communication. We have an item on communication and audiovisual media. Somebody wants to add that. And digital divide is also mentioned in education, under education. Please add television and audiovisual media. What do you want to say about that? Well, this person wants both this media to be mentioned because Georges Dupont works for the International Council for Cinema and Television. Is Georges Dupont online? Do you think we can add that?
Qu'est-ce que vous voulez mettre c'est-à-dire que j'ai besoin d'en savoir un peu plus?
I need to know what exactly this person wants to include. Mr. Georges Dupont's microphone is activated so he can take the floor. George. George doesn't seem to be around. Develop critical thinking to combat fake news and to support the radio and television media. Maybe we can just continue the sentence there. In the digital age, maybe that's something we can add as well.
Tu peux rajouter aussi, s'il te plaît.
Gabrielle, can you add including public service?
Il se débrouille pas mal. Voilà.
Merci. Et il y avait aussi donc le CIM, David, qui est là. Quid de la proposition sur la culture et des ODD?
Ah, voilà, c'est celle-là que j'ai pas eue.
D'accord.
What about culture and SDGs, says David A.
Both languages. So.
Okay. Je vais vous la mettre sur le texte. Hop.
Okay, let me add that to the text.
Je sais pas. Non.
Je la mets là.
Je sais pas.
Voilà.
C'est bon? Catherine, vous avez demandé la parole?
Catherine has asked for the floor as well. Catherine Thune. It's okay. I just wanted to see recommendation 2 to the liaison committee again. Because of the three documents, etc., in the French version. So here we can talk about the follow-up to the 3 documents. Somewhere here. Follow-up of the 3 documents.
Non, attends, s'il te plaît, Gabriel. Diego?
Non, je crois que beaucoup de gens se sont... Ouais. Non, je crois que la mise en œuvre est essentielle. C'est ce qui a été exprimé par plusieurs.
Implementation is important. So when we say follow-up, it's follow-up off of the implementation. Otherwise, what are we following up?
Toujours dans la recommandation 2, d'ajustement en lien avec un groupe de travail.
Maybe we can say in connection or with the help of one working group. Allow for the possibility of adjustments in connection or with the help of one working group on partnership, etc.
Okay.
Ouais, me laisse tomber. Hein.
Alors, je ne sais pas combien de pages ça fait. On arrive à... Je vais essayer de faire tenir sur 3 pages.
I hope all this is going to fit into 3 pages. I'm going to try, says Gabrielle. Right, I think we've done the maximum we can to add to the recommendations and flesh them out. Monique wanted to take the floor again. Monique Boisy. Martine, you have the floor if you want to.
Madame Lévy, vous avez la parole.
Merci, j'ai retrouvé le petit micro.
Okay, thank you, says Martine. I've just located the mic, so now I can speak. Recommendation 7 to the Director General. I had sent a suggestion saying that international days should be included in school curricula. I don't think this has been adequately reflected. I put it somewhere else, says Gabrielle. So promote education for peace and nonviolence in school curricula and the fight against all forms of discrimination, as well as international days and their celebration of the adequate international days in schools.
Je suis pas sur le bon document, tu crois? C'est bizarre parce que je l'avais écrite. Ah, mais oui, voilà. Attends.
C'est bon, je peux recommencer? Vous m'entendez?
Oui.
Allô, allô?
Oui, on vous entend, on vous entend.
Oui?
Oui, on vous entend.
Vous m'entendez? Allô,
Oui.
allô?
Oui, on t'entend.
On vous entend, Marc.
Oui, donc
Oui.
c'était dans le point 7 à la direction générale, favoriser la paix.
So I was once again talking about recommendation 7 for the Director General. Promoting peace, etc., and also introducing international days in order to encourage young people to participate in them. That is something that I wanted to add. Schools need to organize the celebration of international days. That is what I wanted to emphasize. So can you find some wording in French for that?
Scolaire, voilà. À introduire les journées internationales. Journée internationale.
Voilà, ça te va?
Pour inciter les jeunes à y participer, oui.
Okay.
Le I ne va pas. Encourager les établissements scolaires à introduire les journées internationales pour inciter les jeunes à leur célébration plutôt.
We're still working on the French version. The idea is to encourage schools to include international days in their curriculum and celebrate them in schools. Martin wants to include the fact that schools should celebrate these international days.
Ça va.
Ok.
Merci.
Voilà. Je reprendrai la culture, on fera une...
I will look at the recommendation on culture along the lines of Davide Russo suggested. Thank you.
Oui, excuse-moi.
So we'll give the floor right now to Oleg Gorbatov. Oleg, you have the floor. Thank you. We're very satisfied with recommendation 8, where we stress the right to all kinds of freedoms, academic, scientific, artistic. Could we add to the end of this sentence, whilst protecting the working conditions of the people, whilst protecting the working conditions for the personnel in this field? What do you want to protect, the personnel or the jobs? Well, actually the artistic jobs, basically. Yes. So is the formulation as it is acceptable? Well, I wanted to refer also to the era of the pandemic. So maybe we have to find the best formulation to express this. Well, but we say it at the beginning of the recommendations. Okay. And then promoting access to natural resources and global services. I think we should say promote access to traditional and digital resources rather than what you're saying here. Well, this was the paragraph relating to human rights. And some other NGOs wanted us to put this in there. But we have to understand what natural means. So I would prefer promote access to traditional and digital resources. So we make the distinction between the two. No, I don't think that this is what she wanted to say. But I don't understand what natural means here then. Okay, I'll try to clarify this and we'll come back. I'll try and clarify this. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Marie-Christine. No, sorry, to Patrick Gallo. There's a problem with Patrick's connection, apparently. So I give the floor to Lisbeth Gouin. Lisbeth, can you hear us? Yes, I wanted to come back to recommendation 7 and to the addition brought about by Martin Levy. I fully agree that we should encourage everyone to celebrate the international days, but it's not up to the schools, it's up to the teachers and educators in formal settings who have to celebrate those. I mean, this has to be part of the curricula, and then it's up to the teachers and educators to apply this. It's not really the schools themselves. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisbeth. Yes, indeed, the freedom to teach rests on the shoulders of the teachers. You're right. I give the floor to Guylain Leray. Guylain, are you here? Are you with us? Go ahead. We very much support recommendation 7 for education to peace and non-violence in schools. And I would like to ask a question to Jean-Luc. Is this recommendation going to be forwarded to the various states so that they it becomes part and parcel of their various school curricula? Well, sorry, but we have to move to the next question, says the chairperson. This is not part of our remit. Because we're here talking about recommendations to the Director General. That's what we're talking about here. So I give the floor to Irti now. Just a few words on recommendation 8 to go in the same direction as the colleagues when we talk about the working conditions of the concerned jobs. And we could say specifically in times of crisis. This is true for the COVID, but this is true for journalists working in crises. So you can just add particularly in times of crisis. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we'll leave it at that. And we now move on to the approval of the recommendations.
Approuvez-vous les recommandations?
Do you approve the recommendations from the International Conference of NGOs to the Director General, as seen on the screen? That's the question for the poll.
Oui. Oui. Mais de toute façon,
Tu peux arrêter de partager ton écran, s'il te plaît, Gabriel?
Gabrielle, can you stop sharing your screen with us? Thank you.
Oui, excusez-nous de cette interruption.
We do apologize, but we are right now preparing the question for the poll so that you can approve the recommendations. It takes a little bit of time, but in just a few minutes you will be receiving the poll. And thank you for answering it. And sorry, we again apologize for you having to wait.
Le sondage arrive dans 30 secondes.
The poll will be with you in 30 seconds.
J'ai le bonheur et l'honneur
I have the honor and pleasure of announcing to you that the recommendations of the International Conference, as indicated on the screen, were approved with 94% yes. Now I have the honor of giving the floor to the Secretariat, to Sabina Colombo, for the closing session. Sabina, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Marie-Claude. This is going to be very straightforward. Indeed, we have now reached the official closing session of this International Conference of NGOs for 2020.
Le Sceau, Director of the Bureau of the Strategic Planning of UNESCO. Jean-Yves, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Sabina, Madame la Présidente, Marie-Claude.
Thank you very much, Sabina, dear Chairperson, dear Marie-Claude, dear Mr. President-elect, dear Mr. Grosso, dear partners. First of all, it is a great pleasure to be with you again for the closing session of this International Conference of NGOs, and I would like to congratulate you for your energy and mobilization, in particular greeting those who are coming from all various time zones. So I try and shorten my speech so that the interpreters can go on well-deserved vacation. But I would like to repeat something that was mentioned several times, namely we want to build a more open UNESCO, UNESCO that's more sensitive to the world around it, especially civil society and young people. And of course, it's obvious that there's a true opportunity here to strengthen our partnership, to anchor NGOs in UNESCO's program so as to be able to work in a more agile and concerted manner to meet our era's major challenges. And I would like to remind you of the involvement of NGOs next year for the celebration of the 60th anniversary of UNESCO. I would also like to stress that it is reassuring to see that your international conference, for the first time in its history, has managed to work online, to do this without any major incident, with an unprecedented level of participation, because we had 20 to 30% votes more. Votes cast more, and I would like to congratulate you for adopting the conclusions and recommendations, which will form the basis of our work and action for the two coming years. I would also like, on behalf of the Director General and on my own behalf, I would like to congratulate Mr. Davide Grosso for his election. He's not unknown. He's someone who's highly committed to the collective life of the organization. And I would also like to thank and congratulate the current chairperson. So congratulations to all of the newly or re-elected members of the Liaison Committee as well. So, dear chairperson, I would like to assure you of the full support of the Secretariat to the new team, to the full support of my bureau, and we will be looking into many partnerships with civil society in the accomplishment of your future mandate. And now, of course, I have to turn to the outgoing chairperson of the Liaison Committee to express my gratitude for her efforts and determination. I would like to thank the members of the Liaison Committee. I would like to thank Arterial Network, more specifically, I would like to thank Rotary International and more specifically Cyril for his innovative approaches and the very ambitious African projects that UNESCO and Rotary are on the verge of launching. These are fantastic actions for the future. I would also like to thank the Arab Institute for Human Rights and its chairperson, Mr. Abdel Basset Hassan, whose efforts continue to be really essential for our organization as a commissioner in the UNESCO Commission on the Futures of Education. I would like to also thank Sir Optimist International and its representative Marie-Christine Gries for her very sincere commitment and her loyalty towards UNESCO and its values. I would like to thank her very warmly, also in a personal capacity. I would like to also thank the IYCS, which, thanks to Richard and Roy, demonstrated many times how important it is to be listening to what the young have to say to us. I would like to thank Maison de Sagesse, House of Wisdom, Mr. Amraoui and Fatima, who played a very essential role in the preparation of the Forum on Global Citizenship and the webinar that followed. Also, I would like to thank Traditions for Tomorrow, which will continue to contribute to the work of the Liaison Committee, even from afar. I would like to thank Vernadsky Foundation and Andrew Sheshev.
ABSS that continues to be active with UNESCO in India, thanks to Ms. Ratnawak. Puis je voudrais remercier et féliciter le CIOF et en particulier Philippe, dont vous avez reconnu la contribution à la.
I would also like to thank the CIOFF and in particular Philippe, whose contribution you recognized. Thanks to him, the committee has very fruitful work and he was re-elected for a second mandate. And finally, dear Marie-Claude, throughout your mandate as chairperson, you were true to yourself. You were committed for education in the ICNGO Education 2030, and you were committed to mobilizing NGOs around very major projects that will be continued with the next liaison committee. We all appreciated your very sincere commitment in cooperation, collective cooperation, and your loyalty with vis-à-vis the values and the ideals of this organization. And I hope that you will continue with your engagement and involvement in the future. So it is with an immense pleasure that on behalf of the Secretariat and on my own behalf, I will come to the room and I will give you, Marie-Claude, as well to all of you from the outgoing team of the Liaison Committee, I will give you a testimony of our gratefulness for their involvement and selflessness that you demonstrated throughout your mandate within the committee. And so very naturally we chose this bronze medal representing Gandhi, whose commitment for peace remained unrelenting. And so, dear friends, I would like to thank you all for your attention, and I wish you a good end of year. And I would like to assure you again that BSP will remain working side by side with you in the coming years. Thank you very much and see you soon.
Thank you, Jean-Yves. I have now the honor to give the floor to Marie-Claude Machan-Honoré, outgoing chairperson of the International Conference of NGOs and of the NGO UNESCO Liaison Committee, for a closing speech. Marie-Claude, you have the floor.
Thank you, Sabina. Monsieur le représentant de
la representative of the Director General, Director of BSP, Mr. Rousseau, dear Jean-Yves, thank you for your speech and warm comment towards me and members of the Liaison Committee. Dear David, elected president, dear NGOs, colleagues, friends, this is the end of my mandate as chair of ICNGO and Liaison Committee. I spent 2 years of relentless work to live up to your trust and represent as best as I could the NGOs. It wasn't an easy task, but these 2 years were enriching and exciting. And as you know, nothing great can be done without passion.
As this ICNGO, a first-time online conference introduced by UNESCO Director General, Madame Azoulay, when she clearly expressed her support of our partnership. Let me express my profound gratitude to Madame Director General and to the Director of BSP, Mr. Le Sceau, in my personal name as chair of the conference, but also on behalf of the Liaison Committee and of NGOs. I am grateful to the organizer of the thematic session of this ICNGO, the speakers and moderators, for their brilliant presentation and fruitful reflection on education, science, culture and communication, which proves that UNESCO remains a laboratory of ideas so dear to the late philosopher and writer Jean d'Ormesson. We had to navigate through troubled waters, but in the midst of winter, I found there was within me an invisible summer, quoting Albert Camus. And I did my best to steer this committee and implement our strategy based on the last conference of NGOs recommendations. We could only hold one forum on inequalities, but a webinar could be organized on global citizenship thanks to the organizer and the steering committee of the planned forum. I am afraid we failed in the objectives of a better communication and visibility of youth, as well as their role in climate change, as recommended by the last conference. So I sincerely hope that these objectives will be pursued in the next mandate. Les victoires de mon mandat ont été le plaidoyer collectif pour le
mandat. The victories of my mandate were collective advocacy for the right to quality, equitable, inclusive education, empowerment of all, sustainable development and peace. Setting up a group on enhancing partnership and drafting tools for a greater efficacy of the liaison committee that I've supported since the beginning, and I'll continue to support during the next mandate since my mandate was renewed on behalf of the my NGO, and the Director General and the BSP Director have expressed their interest and their support for this important reflection and this new dynamics, which is important for the strategic transformation of the partnership. Progress in preparing the International Day of Peace is important, as we've seen in the video. Let us not forget that NGOs are an essential element of civil society and have a key role in the implementation of UNESCO's reflection, as the Director General and Director of BSP said, within the context of this humanitarian health, economic and climate crisis. We have to be a force making proposals in this space, carry the voice of the most vulnerable, alert about the challenges and the needs of populations in the field. Multilateralism is a solution, as the strategic objectives show. We have to work in synergy, in partnership, and we can no longer work in silos, and the Agenda 2030 is a proof of this. NGOs are a force for UNESCO, and their experience can contribute to the thinking. As announced during my speech, I have a soft power. It's a humanistic approach, and this is what I want to contribute so that we can work together to build better humanity.
Think together and stronger in this intense and very successful running up and unfolding of the ICNGO and elections. So I also thank Cyril Noirtin, Marc-Christine Griès, Philippe Bossin, the Vice President, Diego Gradis, and Roy also, who is a newcomer, and also the representatives in the regions, Andrew and Pierre, and also Mohamed, and did I forget someone? And, oh yes, of course, Abdel Basset Hassen. Thank you very much all for your cooperation. So I thank you also, the Secretariat and the Unit for Civil Society Partnership, Mrs. Sabina Colombo, the head of the unit, and as well as Armin and Luis Alberto for their constant cooperation and support, more particularly ahead of and throughout this very special event. I congratulate again Davide Grosso for his election as chair of the ICNGO. I think we know each other, so it's a very good opportunity. And I congratulate him on my behalf, but also on the behalf of the Liaison Committee and the new representatives of NGO, and wish you, and as well as us, a successful mandate. Sorry. I also entrust the new committee with the works of this mandate, which were hampered or had to be postponed, to ensure continuity and progress in our role as a privileged space for dialogue and advocacy on behalf of more than 400 NGOs in solidarity for a better world. I am confident in the future Liaison Committee and its role to represent the interests of all NGOs vis-à-vis UNESCO and work alongside UNESCO in an effective and efficient way, especially in these challenging times. The secret of the good life is to live in obedience to reality. That's what Dr. Maria Montessori said. Je remercie encore toutes les ONG pour leur intérêt aux activités du comité et aux...
I would like to thank all the NGOs for their interest in the activities of the committee because of the record number of attendance, and I thank them for their support during this mandate. And I have a profound gratitude to the Director General, Mrs. Azoulay, and Mr. Le Sceau for their support to the International Conference of NGOs, to the Liaison Committee, and to all the NGOs. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, and thank you, Marie-Claude. And finally, I'm very pleased to give the floor to Davide Grosso, elected chairperson of the International Conference of NGOs and of the NGO UNESCO Liaison Committee. Davide, you have the floor.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I am moved, honored, thankful for this election. You know, I was thinking yesterday when I saw the results of the election on the website that maybe I should have chosen a different picture, a better one. At the same time, I reminded myself why I chose that picture, and that was because of the background. That background says listening to the word. And this is exactly what I'm doing, what I did today, and this what I'm going to do in the next 2 years. And rest assured that I feel the responsibility, and rest assured that none of the good work that have been done until now will be forgotten. On the contrary, this will be brought to the next level. I'd like to thank the International Music Council, its presidents, Alphonse Carabuda, and the Secretary General, Celia Fischer. A big thank to a small group of NGOs that have supported me in this adventure. And of course, once again, all of you for this opportunity which is given me today. And my last word will be congratulations. You cannot see what is happening here, but I would like to congratulate the Liaison Committee for this very complicated end of the mandate, but especially for the work they have done in these 2 years. They leave us, me and the newly elected Liaison Committee, with a solid base to continue the work. I'd like, of course, to thank Mr. Leso and the director of BSP and Sabina Colombo and the entire team here. You cannot see, but it looks like NASA headquarters with all the camera and the things. And it's really a pleasure to be here. And as I said, my last word is congratulations to all the newly elected, and I'm looking forward to work with all of you. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher.
Thank you very much, newly elected chairman. It was an incredible moment of synergy, good cooperation, and it's really heartening. Thank you to the Secretariat. Thank you to Monsieur Le Sceau, to Jean-Yves. Thank you to the interpreters also. The interpreters say thank you. I haven't finished yet. I'm still continuing my thank yous, and I am pleased to continue working with the next liaison committee, and I hope that we will be able to continue everything we have started.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Merci aussi à Armin et Luis Alberto. Merci vraiment beaucoup.
Thank you very much to Armin and Luis Alberto. And thank you very much to the people in technical support.
The recording has stopped.